I don't see any new persons joining in.
Actor, I think we can kick off, and I will
Yeah.
record the session in
Yes.
case. Thank you.
All right. All right, guys. So, morning, everyone. My name is Akhtar Dil Mohammed. I work for a company based in Mauritius, FRCI. So I'm leading a team of consultants. So we implement the Power Platform components that we will see together today, right? So just a quick logistic point before we start. So it's now 8:30, past 8:30. So what I would suggest is we have a full day together. So what I would suggest is we do like a short break in an hour and a half, and then we go for lunch break in about 3 hours. Will take about 40 minutes or a bit less. We'll see when we come to it. And then we probably can take another quick coffee or tea break in another an hour and a half past lunch. And then we'll end up around 4 your time, right? So this is the plan. If you have any questions, given that we are on team, please don't hesitate to unmute yourself and voice out your question. You can raise your hand as well, but okay, if I don't mind, you guys just interrupt me and then keep the session as much interactive as possible, right? So feel free to interrupt me and to have your question voiced out as soon as whenever you have it, right? So no need to wait for me to complete something. So we can just keep it as interactive as possible, right? So the idea today is to share with you the Power Platform, right? The main components of the Power Platform. So we'll go through the different aspect of Power Platform. What we have today, I'll give you some. I'll do some exercises in front of you so you can follow. If you guys have access to your Office 365 account and you want to do stuff together with me, you're most welcome to do so. And let me know if you have questions. Right? Cool. All right. So can everybody hear me well? And is the sound and can you see my screen?
Yes, we can.
Yeah. Okay. Perfect. Right. So. All right, so I think we have a lot of people in the room today. So probably I won't ask you to introduce yourself, or maybe very quickly, just for me to have an idea of what you guys know already about the Power Platform, so I can be in a better position to to be a bit more specific and accurate in terms of what is expected today, right? So probably I will let you guys do just a very quick round of introduction. So I'll say out the name so it will be easier for me and for you guys, okay? Because you won't know who start, right? So maybe just before we kickstart that, I think there are different time zones. Whatever I suggested in terms of breaks that work for everybody, you can just give me a thumbs up. So every 1.5 hour we'll have a small break, right? And then a lunch around noon SA time, right? All right. So I think that works for everybody. Perfect. So probably we'll start with a just very quick introduction with the team. So I will start with Adrian Smith.
Hi guys, I'm Adrian. I'm in the reseller space, based in Liquid Telecom, South Africa.
Excellent. Thank you, Adrian. Shibaru Anesu. Sorry if I'm not saying it well. Anesu. Am I saying it right? Shibaru? No, I'll just move on.
Hi guys.
Hi.
I'm Anis. I'm from Zimbabwe, and currently I'm the Japan administrator.
Excellent. Thank you. Auxilia.
Hi, good morning, everyone. I'm
Mm.
Auxilia Chimambo. I'm a key account manager in the Johannesburg office in enterprise space.
Thank you. Motsi Bonke. Bonke Motsi, can you hear us? Mutusi, excuse me. Mutusi. Mutusi.
Hi everyone. This is Bonke Medusi from Cloud of Kenya.
Thank you. Brenda.
Hi everyone. Brenda Wesonga, Senior
Brenda, there's some echo on your side. I don't know if you're sitting together in another room with other people.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, but there's a lot of echo on your side. Are you sitting with somebody else in the same room?
Not really.
There's an echo. Anyway, go ahead, please.
I'm Brenda Wesonga, Senior Executive.
Right, cool. Thank you. Bright.
Hi everyone, my name is Bright. I'm working for Liquid Home, CSR technical support.
Thank you. Esther. Esther. Wabomba. So maybe we'll move on to George Enslin.
Good day, George Enslin in wholesale here in Liquid, Johannesburg. Thanks.
George Ndegwa.
Hi guys, George Ndego here from CloudOp.
Thank you. Pagnota. Juliana.
Hi, it's Julia. I'm based in London. I'm a global account director managing international wholesalers.
Thank you, Juliana. Glenn Remington.
Morning, everybody. Glenn Remington, wholesale account manager out of Letesa.
Thank you. Happiness.
Morning, everybody. My name is Happiness from Lit, Johannesburg, South Africa. Currently in the channel space.
Great, thank you. Hashem. Hashem. Krosa. Okay. Imran Hossein. Imran.
Morning, guys.
Hi.
I'm Imran Hussein from Channel Partnerships, Lit SA Johannesburg.
Thank you. Let's move on to Blake Jacobus. Blake, can you hear us? Or probably Jocelyn Atwell, Jocelyn.
Good morning. I'm an intern from Caption.
Thank you. And Frank? Jody Frank. I think I have it, miss.
Good morning. My name is Jody Frank. I'm from a company called Processcom in South Africa.
Thank you. So, guys, thank you so much for taking your time introducing yourself. I think we have, if I've missed somebody's, Bernard O'Sullivan, probably, who just joined us. So welcome, Bernard, and I think also Leon Lawrence. Welcome, guys. So if you guys can hear us, just a quick introduction, please.
Yeah, good morning, everyone. My name is Leon. I'm from product management, looking after internet or network products, internet, DIA, etc. across the group. Pleased to meet you all.
All right. Great, thank you. I think we've got everybody. Some people are missing, but I think we would welcome them as they join in. Right, so let's kickstart. So guys, just to give you a quick introduction, we are going to talk about the Microsoft Power Platform, right? So you guys probably heard about the Power Platform. So there are a couple of stuff going around that Power Platform since a couple of I would say years now. It has been released, and then there has been some enhancement, some I would say modules have changed name. Okay, so there are a lot of enhancement going around the Power Platform, and it's an excellent platform for you guys to, or for customers to build a number of solutions. I'll give you some examples as we go on, right? So first of all, just a quick overview of what we are going to talk about. So first of all, we'll talk about the Power Platform, what it is all about, right? What are the modules that are part of Power Platform, and how can you guys use Power Platform, or how can you position Power Platform for your customers, right? So second module, we're going to talk about something called Microsoft Dataverse, right? It's quite new, actually. The terminology Dataverse is quite new in the Microsoft space. It was previously called something else, but now has been revamped as Dataverse. But not only revamped, it has been enhanced. There are a lot of stuff going around in Microsoft Dataverse, right? So we also are going to talk about Power Apps. You guys have heard about Power Apps, so we're going to talk about Power Apps, what can be done with Power Apps. All right, so what are the different types of apps that you can create with Power Apps, right? So, and then we'll talk about Power Automate, which is the RPA engine of Microsoft. Okay, so this is where you can create a number of automated processes. We'll also talk about Power BI, which is the analytics tool from Microsoft. So Power BI has been around for a couple of years now. So I think you guys have heard about it and probably using it already. But basically, we are going to talk about what is Power BI, an overview of what can be done with that. And then to finish off with the Microsoft Power Virtual Agent. This is the bot from Microsoft. I'll show you how you can very quickly create a chatbot out of a number of Q&A that you might have, or knowledge base that you might have. Very quick and easy to build a bot using Microsoft Power Virtual Agent, right? So these are the core modules that we are going to talk about, right? So again, feel free to ask me any questions as we move along, or if there's anything else that you want me to cover that I haven't talked about in that few slides, just let me know, right? So we'll move on to an introduction of what is the Power Platform, what can you do with it, and what it is, what are the different use of the Power Platform, right? So I'll start by giving you an overview of, just very quickly, I'll show you, you guys are used to your Office 365, right? So you have seen that there's a lot of apps when you go to your app launcher, right? So there's a lot of stuff going around. There's a lot of options that you could see there. Couple of stuff are recent. You would see Viva, for example, which is quite recent, a number of stuff. So for us, we're going to concentrate on Power Apps, Power Automate, Power BI, and Power Virtual Agent, right? These are the key, I would say, apps from an Office 365 or Microsoft 365 perspective. These are the different apps that we're going to talk about. So to access those apps, it's directly on your Office 365, and you have access. Let's say you want to go to Power Apps, you have access to your Power Apps from there, right? So this is one way of accessing that. Same thing for Power Automate and Power Virtual Agent, right? Or Power BI, right? So we'll get back to that. So this is just to show you where you can access all those apps, right? So we're talking about apps here, right? So when we talk about those Power BI, etc., we basically talk about apps, right? So let's kickstart. So first of all, what is the Microsoft Power Platform, right? So since Microsoft Office 365, there has been a release of what Microsoft called the Power Platform, which is basically a set of tools that has been put together, right? So if I go back not too far, but if I go back, you guys would have heard about SharePoint, right? Which was one of the key platforms Microsoft had and has already for collaborating, okay, for a number of stuff, right? Collaboration, process automation, archiving, etc., etc. So what has happened is SharePoint was a tool where you can store documents, where you can have workflows, etc., etc. But it was not that much powerful, right? The workflow that you had in SharePoint was not much powerful. The apps that you can build, right? Because SharePoint was also a platform where you can build apps, right? But because today we're talking about mobility, today we are talking about responsive app, progressive web app, etc., etc. So we are talking about more apps than web application. So it's more like a device kind of app. So what has happened is Microsoft has created, when Microsoft decided to, not decided, but when we had the new launch of Office 365 with SharePoint Online, there are a number of stuff that was also developed in line with that SharePoint Online, right? So remember, SharePoint has got a capability to do workflows, but the workflow was a bit limited. So what Microsoft did was, okay, they had to create a powerful engine, an intelligent engine, and with AI and machine learning and everything that is happening, so there has to be a tool where you can integrate all those mechanisms together, all those algorithms together, and all those intelligence in a tool where you can democratize, AI, democratize machine learning, and bring it to literally everyone that has got an Office 365 account. So this is the idea of the Power Platform, is to empower everyone that has got an Microsoft account or a Microsoft 365 or an Office 365 account, right? So what is there in that Power Platform, right? So first of all, you have to understand that today, well, I would say the jargon Power Platform is just a branding name to have all those tools together, okay, under one roof, right? It doesn't necessarily mean that there is a product called Power Platform. So from a sales perspective, there are no products that are called Power Platform. It's just a branding name that, regroup a certain number of solutions. So you have to individually buy those products, okay, from a pure licensing perspective, right? So first of all, what you need to understand in the Power Platform is a low-code platform. Means that you do not have to write code, right, to be able to use the Power Platform. So it has been democratized today. A lot of people can do Power BI, as you have been doing that most probably, right? So you need to have just Power BI desktop installed, and then you can get started with creating reports easily, as you would have done that in an Excel today, right? So this is the idea, is to bring, is to lower down complexity and bring those tools to the users, to the business, so that they can use it on their own. Power Apps, Power BI is the tool that you use to create reports, dashboard, etc. Power Apps is the tool that you would use to create small apps, right? When I'm talking about apps, it can be apps that can be used on your phone, on your tablet, or on your laptop or PC or whatever. So it's really multi-device. So now if you need to add intelligence to those apps, right? You need to bring, I don't know, you want to do some validation, so you want to do some automation, like we were doing that in SharePoint, right? A couple of years ago, we were using SharePoint workflows to send documents for approval, etc., etc. So today, you have a specific tool that can be used for that. So you are not really bound to use SharePoint as the platform. So you can use Power Automate on its own, based on some files that sits on OneDrive, or on SharePoint Online if you want, or on any other location. You can go and connect. Power Automate is a process automation tool, right? It allows you to create a process, to create an automation, to create some kind of a bot, not a chatbot, but a bot that can do a number of repetitive tasks for you. This is Power Automate, right? Power Virtual Agent is the chatbot, right? It's the bot that you're going to interact with, called on the contrary, Power Automate is the engine that will do stuff for you, right? But Power Virtual Agent will receive orders from you, commands from you, instructions from you, and then probably send those instructions to Power Automate that will actually do the job. Because Power Virtual Agent doesn't have the ability to do the actual job. I'll give you a simple example. You want to book, like, I'll take an example of a hotel where you have a chatbot and you ask the bot to please book a room for me. The bot will just take the request, probably route you to the proper channel, but the actual booking, the Power Virtual Agent can't do. The chatbot cannot do that. It will just transfer that to the Power Automate engine that will go and do some stuff. Probably write to some database or interact with some systems at the back to create the booking, right? So this is how basically all those 4 components can be seamlessly connected together, right? So one will take the instructions, the other one will execute the instruction, and in terms of the app, you can use the app to book your hotel room by yourself, right? Instead of asking the chatbot to do it for you. So this is how the full ecosystem works, right? So, and then eventually, if you want to analyze how many rooms are being booked, etc., you would use Power BI. So this is how all those 4 components connect together, and they are naturally and natively seamlessly connected to each other, right? So the thing to understand there is Power Virtual Agent or Power Automate or Power Apps or Power BI, they are just platform, okay, that can do a certain amount of stuff for you, either present information or allows you to key in information or allows you to, you know, to create some records or to do some actions, etc. And if you want to interact with a number of applications at the back, for example, I just gave you that example of that hotel booking system, right? So you want the ability for a customer to log into or to connect to your website and to book a room, okay? So then you want to use those tools to do that. You can perfectly do that. But as soon as you want to interact with your hotel management system, for example, okay? So then you would need what you can see on the screen, data connectors, right? So data connectors is part of the offering and allows you to connect to other systems. Okay, it can connect to a third-party system, it can connect to a database, it can connect to any systems that you want. It can connect to cloud-based system, it can connect to on-premise systems. Okay. There are some cloud-based systems that are paid. You have to pay for the connectors, and other connectors are free. This is important for you to note. There are some paid connectors, which we call premium connectors, and there are some free connectors, which is part of any Office 365 offering, right? So the second component is the artificial intelligence builder. Again, this allows you to create intelligent bots, okay, that can do some stuff for you. I'll give you an example. We have recently worked with an insurance company where they wanted to identify, you know, they receive a lot of emails every day, and some emails are not attended, and sometimes they need a human to be at the back of that mailbox and to read that email and to identify, is it a new request, is it a complaint, or is it somebody just asking for an information? So first of all, a human need to look at that email, read that email, and then probably trigger some action. So what we did is we created a bot with the AI builder using Power Automate that receives all mails that are being sent to, let's just say, inquiry@insurance.whatever.com, goes to a specific mailbox. Usually what happened, there are 3 people sitting behind those mailbox, opening those mails every day, and then reading through them and then taking actions. So what we did is we have implemented a bot. The bot reads the email, right? So once the email is received, capture the email, read the content, translate the content. First, the bot identify the language. Obviously, we have worked with a couple of languages like English and French, okay, for now. So first of all, the bot identify the mail body. What language is that? Is it French? Is it English 100%? Is it partly English, partly French? Right. So try to identify first the language. Once the language has been identified, it will try to read the body. And then I categorize based on what is written. Is it a new request? Is it a complaint, or is it just an information, or is somebody that would like to know where his claim? We're talking about insurance, your motor vehicle claim. Where does that sit? Okay, you have filed a claim. What is the status? Somebody sends email for that. So that bot is responsible to identify and to categorize those emails, right? So we did a POC around those lines. There are a lot of fine tuning that you can imagine that has to be done because, okay, we did that for a customer base in Mauritius. As you can see, people write probably not full English, or they might use partly English, partly French, depending on who writes the email. So then we try to fine tune. So this is where you can use the artificial intelligence builder. And this is already part. I'll give you some examples. I'll show you some demo. I'll show you how easy it is to create a language identifier bot. You can just quickly and easily create a language identifier. Just detect the language and tell you what language that. It can even translate it for you. Today, the bot, the Power Automate AI Builder support across, I think, around 200 languages. Okay, and there are more coming as and when into the Power Automate engine, right? So AI Builder, just a quick licensing point. AI Builder is not part of any Office 365 offering. So if you buy E3 or E5 or whatever, you do not have AI Builder as part of it. You'll have to buy the proper license for Power Automate to have a number of AI Builder actions, right? Or you have some, it works on a concept of credits. I'll give you some more information as we move along, right? The third component is, so we've talked about connectors, right? So you need to connect your tool, your bot, whatever you have, you want to execute. You need to connect that to a system. You use connectors. You want to add intelligence to your bot. You use the AI Builder. Now, Microsoft has recently introduced something called Dataverse. Dataverse is basically where you would store your data, right? There are a couple of options out there. You can use a SQL database, okay? You can use a SharePoint database or SharePoint list, as we call it, or you can use Microsoft Dataverse. Microsoft Dataverse, I'll tell you about that in a while. Microsoft Dataverse, for now, just take it as a database. It's a Microsoft centralized database, right? That is shared among all your applications sitting on Microsoft 365, including Dynamics 365. So for those that are used to Microsoft Dynamics, the CRM or the ERP, whatever, all the information out of the Dynamics CRM or the Dynamics ERP are stored automatically in Dataverse. This you do not have a choice. It has to be in Microsoft Dataverse, okay, or previously Common Data Service, right? So it was stored there. So when you purchase Dynamics CRM, automatically your data are stored in Dataverse. But when you purchase Power Automate, Power Virtual Agent, or Power Apps, remember these are only platforms. They don't have data. If you want to store the data, it's up to you. You want to store it in Dataverse or you want to store it somewhere else in, for example, Microsoft SQL Server. Okay, you have choice. So, questions? Any question on this overview on those modules? No? Right. Right. So just to start with Microsoft Power Apps. So what is Power Apps? Power Apps is a tool that has been created by Microsoft and is only available cloud-based. There is no Power Apps that exist on-premise. You cannot install Power Apps on-premise, right? So you cannot use Power Apps on-premise, okay? Right, so this is important to note. What does Power Apps do? Power Apps allows you to create an application that can be used on your desktop, on your laptop, on your tablet, wherever you go, right? So it's a no-code environment, so you can quickly and easily create an app that can be used for your tablet, for example. Okay, and it has got automatic mechanism for device integration. For example, it can integrate with your camera, with whatever you want on your phone. There are automatic integration with all those phone accessories, or I would say phone functionalities, right? So this does not require any mobile application development, right? So for those that are familiar, if you want to look at developing an application on Android Studio or whatever, there is no need for that, right? So, or Xamarin or whatever, there is no need for that. You create your application in Power Apps. And how do you run that? You run that within the Power Apps. There is a mobile app that is available on your any device, so Android or iOS. So where you just have to install the engine, which is the Power Apps engine, and then you deploy all your app. It is cross-platform. The same app that you have created will be usable on an Android or an iOS device, right? All right, so this is what Power Apps is. We'll go about in deeper in Power Apps when we come to the specific module, but for now, it's kind of an overview of what you can do and what is Power Apps. Power Automate. So what is Power Automate? Power Automate was previously known as Microsoft Flow, right? So it allows you to create automation. Like just look at this example, right? It says when a new mail arrives, what to do, okay? All right, so this is a bit an advanced one because you can see that there is a middle, there are different blocks. The first block, which says when a new mail arrives, this is the trigger point. When will that process be triggered? So it is when a new mail arrives on a specific mailbox somewhere. Secondly is process invoice using AI Builder. So this uses some kind of mechanism to process what is in that email and define if some information, for example, here is greater than 0.85, which is basically information extracted from the invoice, goes in this direction, or then goes, if not, go in this direction, right? So you can see that this is a typical example of an invoice processing automation, right? It's not only about sending document for approval, right? We are not talking about approval workflows. We are really talking about processing automation. This particular example shows you that you can receive an invoice by email. The bot, I'm referring to Power Automate as a bot because it is what it is. The bot will open that email, get the attachment, extract the information out of the attachment and verify what is, for example, the account or value, I don't know what. And based on the value, we'll just send it. You can see here if yes, there is small, this is what we call a connector. The connector, the icon here shows that it is a Dynamics connector, Microsoft Dynamics. So what is happening here is the bot takes the invoice, extract the information, and save directly that invoice information to Microsoft Dynamics ERP. Okay, and you can imagine you can do that with, now the example has got direct connectors with Dynamics ERP, but you can imagine you can do this with SAP, you can do this with any other system. So you receive an invoice, you extract the data, and you post that information to your ERP, right? So we can create custom connector to your ERPs. So if it's no, it goes in another direction. So it's quite easy to use, right? This is the interface of Power Automate. It's merely a click and drag interface. You do not need to write a single line of code to use Power Automate, right? So this basically allows you to create a business process, right? This one is invoice. You can imagine the other example I gave you, which is email recognition. There's a lot of examples like this that you can use in terms of invoice processing. So there is a key point, which is the trigger point. Okay, when do you want to trigger the action? Okay, and what should happen after the triggering? And all those are actions that you have to define, right? So this is basically Power Automate, and this is what it looks like, right? Let's move on. The third component is Power BI. This one probably you guys are a little bit more familiar with. It allows you to create dashboards and to retrieve data from core systems. It can be your existing systems, it can be Excel, it can be a number of sources. Today, Power BI can connect to a lot of sources. It can connect to your social media account, it can connect to some websites, it can connect to some web service somewhere, it can connect to Excel, it can connect to CSV, to databases, etc., etc. Connect, retrieve information, and present that information. As you can see, the presentation is being done on a laptop, tablet, or mobile. It's again mobile friendly. It adapts. It's responsive. It adapts itself to the device that you're using to view the report. Right. So this is Power BI. Power Virtual Agent. Again, this is your bot. This is how you create the bot. Again, it's a zero code environment. Obviously, you can put some code behind the Power Virtual Agent, right? But you can also use it without code. Okay, we'll take some example as we move along, right? So basically, the Power Virtual Agent can interact with people based on questions. It can propose them choices to route them, in the proper direction, and you can put conditions. Basically, it's a set of conditions here. If the people in front of the bot choose this way, go this direction. If it choose this way, go this direction. So the bot has got the ability to route people. It can be based on the routing concept. So you ask the bot asks question, and based on the answers, it goes to in the flow. It can be a little bit more intelligent, where the bot analyzes the question. If somebody would write like long phrases, etc., analyze the phrase and then propose what are the next step, right? But this you need to write a little bit of code to make the bot a bit more intelligent, right? But basically, if you don't want to make it intelligent, you just want to write a bot that guide users or guide your people that would like to interact with the bot in a specific manner, you can just write your bot as Power Automate. You can see there's steps. So first condition, if this equal that, ask a question. If based on the answer of that previous question, go in this direction or go in that direction. So it's quite easy to build, and quite graphical as well, right? Cool. All right. So this is Power Virtual Agent, right? So all the data that you would need, or you might need to store, all those data can be stored in Microsoft Dataverse. There are some of them that would definitely be there. You don't have a choice, like I've said in the beginning, like Dynamics, etc., etc. So this you don't have a choice. You can't say that my Dynamics data, I don't want them to be in Microsoft Dataverse. This you don't have a choice, right? But for others, you can write a Power Automate and then save the data somewhere else. This is not a problem, right? So the advantage of Microsoft Dataverse is a complete data environment. It allows you to do a lot of stuff. Like it's like a full-fledged database, but even more powerful than a simple database. It allows you to do a lot of stuff. And Microsoft Dataverse, I've told you that it is a centralized database within the Microsoft data center, or within Microsoft ecosystem. But it is also regional, right? So if you are based out of, for example, South Africa, most probably your Microsoft Database will be in the Microsoft South Africa data center, or the one closest to you, depending on where is Microsoft Dataverse available, right? So it's quite regional as well. Doesn't mean that it is centralized sums in a specific data center. But the concept of Dataverse is centralized database. But centralized for Microsoft mean it can be located in any of those Microsoft data centers, right? Depending on whether they have it, the service, or not, right? But the cool thing about Microsoft Dataverse, it gives you everything readily available. It's as if you have a database and a table readily available. You just populate information. Obviously, you can create new tables. You can create a set of rules. You can create a lot of stuff as you would do in a normal database, but without the complexity of, you know, the database. So you don't have to go into SQL Management Studio, etc., etc. Right. So it's a simpler interface that you can do a lot of stuff if you just want to store data. Right. Right. So this is Microsoft Dataverse, right? So the next point is about connectors. Yes, sir.
So would you say the database, the Dataverse is a database for all the Microsoft apps? Would that be correct to say? Like if someone were to ask to say what is the database, like in simple terms, would you say it's like a database for all the Microsoft apps?
Yes, it's kind of a database for the Microsoft app, but for Microsoft Dynamics apps, all the data are in Microsoft Dataverse. This you do not have a choice, right? But if you would like to create your own Power Apps, your own application, then you do not necessarily need to store the data in Dataverse. But yes, Microsoft Dataverse is like a centralized database that can be used by all the Microsoft apps. They all have connectors to Dataverse and direct connection to Dataverse. You can store your information in Dataverse, and it is centralized information. And the interesting point about Dataverse is if you use, let me go back quickly. If you use Power Virtual Agent, if you use Power Automate or Power Apps and you store all those data in Dataverse, you have a centralized table or centralized database for all your information. And you can create different tables. You can create different, as you would do in Excel, different sheets or different workbooks. You can create different tables in Dataverse, but it is going to be centralized and all the apps can connect to that. But like I said, you have a choice when it comes to the Power Platform. You can decide not to store it in Dataverse. But for Microsoft Dynamics product, you do not have a choice. It is automatically stored there. Right? Any further question? Does this answer your question, first of all?
Yeah, no, that was good. Thank you. That's okay.
Right. Clear? Any other questions? So let's move on to connectors. Right. So connectors is basically, like the name clearly said, you have the ability to connect. But connect to what? Connect to other sources, right? So connectors allows you to connect to, let's say you do not want to use Microsoft Dataverse to store your data. You want to store that data somewhere else. And that somewhere else can be in an Excel file. That somewhere else can be in a SQL database. That somewhere else can be, I don't know, in a SAP database. You don't, anything works. So if you need connectors, you can use out of the box connectors. There are some connectors that are free of charge as part of your Office 365 account, right? And there are some connectors that are paid connectors. You won't have them as part of any of these Microsoft or Office 365 offering, right? So for example, you want to connect to, I don't know, a SQL Server database. This is not part of the out-of-the-box offering. You have to buy premium connectors to connect to SQL Server, right? On-premise, okay? If you want to connect to SharePoint, for example, as a database, then you don't need a specific license for that. It's part of the offering, right? So like that, there are different connectors, and each connector, I'll show that to you as we move along, how to identify what connectors is available and what's not available, right? So if you want to connect to any other sources that are not listed, right, in Power Automate, so then you have to use what we call custom connector. Custom connector allows you to connect to an API, right? So a third-party API. So let's assume you want to connect to your existing system, and your existing system has got his own proprietary APIs. Okay, that is not part of what Microsoft offers in terms of connectors. It's not the default connectors. You can't even pay for them because it's not even listed there, right? So just for you to have a quick visual, I just want to show you that because it might not seem interesting when I'm talking to you like that. So this is my Power Apps window. I just want to show you what connectors are so that you have a quick idea of what is that all about, right? So if I go to custom connectors, for example, I first of all I go to connections. So you can see I can create different connections, and these are all connections that exist. I can connect to SharePoint. I can connect to Planner. I could connect to Teams. You can see SQL Server, it says premium, means that I do not have it in my Office 365 E3 account, right? So Microsoft 365 sales inside, I can't have it, but I have a connection to Microsoft Translator. I have a connection to OneDrive. You can see non-Microsoft stuff there, okay? No, Salesforce, Dropbox, okay? You can connect to Dropbox, okay? For free, you have connectors for that. And there are a number of other connectors that are non-Microsoft connectors where you obviously have to pay for it, right? But they are non-Microsoft product. Microsoft offers you the connectors to connect to all of those systems, which are basically cloud-based system. You can see Amazon, etc., etc. So if I go on like this, there's a lot of stuff. ArcGIS if you want to have, maps, etc., etc. So there's a lot of Autodesk, a lot of connectors here, which are connecting to third-party products, non-Microsoft product. Okay, but you can see there's a lot of them, right? So you can just choose whatever you want, whether it's in your licensing model or not. And to have the premium is quite easy. You just have to buy a Power Automate license, and you have the ability to use them, right? Right. So yeah. So this is just to give you an idea of what are connectors. And if you don't find what you need here because you have a specific application that is not provided by Microsoft, not a problem. You go to custom connector and you create here you can create a custom connector, right? So there are a couple of stuff. I don't want to go into those details, but this is how you create a connector to a non-existing these are some connectors, so to a non-existing Microsoft connector, right? Right. So just for you to have a quick view on what is Microsoft Dataverse, if I want to show you Dataverse here, I see tables. So you would see all the tables that are already available for you to use. There's a table called account, a contact. You would probably recognize some of them if you are used to Microsoft Dynamics CRM. These are the CRM table actually. So the CRM would use the same table, the Dynamics AX or the Dynamics Business Central, they all will use the same table, right? So if you want to create table, you can create new table. Well, we'll get back to that later on, right? All right, so let's get back to the, so this is the connectors, right? So these are the different data sources for connectors. If you want to connect to for example, Microsoft Dataverse, you have the ability to connect with tabular data, right? Tabular data is like a normal table, right? Like an Excel table, okay? Or a function-based data. Function-based, a little bit different, is just a function that returns a certain number of rows. So it's a function compared to a table, right? So these are the two types of data sources that you can connect to when it comes to the Dataverse, right? So once you have, a connector allows you to just create a bridge. Connect the Microsoft platform, the Microsoft Power Platform, to any of those systems. As you can see here, it connects to a OneDrive, it connects to a SharePoint, it connects to a SQL server, right? And a common data service, this is the previous name, it's still there, sits in the, probably you will see those words coming from time to time, depending on where you are. Common data service is the name that was previously used for Microsoft Dataverse, right? So now it's called Dataverse, but Common Data Service is actually only the data layer at the back, right? So for now, we can just say that Common Data Service is equal to Microsoft Dataverse, right? So there are two types of stuff that you can do once you establish the connection. There are some triggers. Triggers means that you would like to start something or start an action, okay, and you can define what type of action, okay, and based on the trigger, you define an action, okay. Action can be, I want to update that database, I want to create a new line, I want to delete a new line, etc., etc. So you can do a lot of stuff once the connection is up, okay. Once you make the connection between the Power Platform and the underlying data, then you can do a lot of stuff, right? So then there's a concept of trigger and action. So all right. Right. So because we are talking about data, it's important that we talk about what about how can I protect my data? Okay, what are the options that are available to me? So first of all, if you want to protect your data, okay, in terms of nobody's allowed to copy the data, etc., etc. So what we call data loss prevention. You can set up what we call DLP policies that are available as part of your Microsoft Office 365 offering. You can create policy. Policy allows you to say, you are not allowed to copy that data locally. You're not allowed to send that data through to mail. You're not allowed to do this, to do that. You can access it, but you can't do a certain number of stuff with it, right? So this is DLP, right? And then when it comes to compliance and privacy, so this you have, Microsoft has got his own commitment in terms of GDPR, or in terms of data protection, in terms of how those data are securely stored in the Microsoft data centers, etc., etc. So this is part of the Microsoft commitment towards data protection, right? It's part of, it's the same for your Office 365, your emails, etc., etc. The same applies for the Microsoft Dataverse or for the data platform. Okay. So there is a concept of accessibility in the Power Platform. Okay, so I've told you about that. So if you store information in the Microsoft Dataverse, it automatically gives you the ability, you can, connection is seamless. The connection from the Microsoft Power Platform to the Dataverse is seamless. You don't need to buy. There are a couple of licensing stuff that we'll talk about later on, but from a technical perspective, you can connect easily to Microsoft Power Platform, right? Sorry, to the Microsoft Dataverse, right? Okay. So to summarize, basically what the Power Platform does is, give you the tools, empower users, empower the business to create applications, right? To create custom app, to create business related app or value added app that works seamlessly together, okay? Whether from an automation perspective or from the app itself input perspective to the analyzing perspective. So you can do all of that using that 4 products of the Power Platform, and it's quite easy to build. I'll show you some example as we move along, right? Right. Okay, so questions so far? now? All right, cool. So this is about a quick intro of the Power Platform. So let's go deeper now in individually in those solution, right? So I'll talk to you through the different apps that exist. Okay, give me a minute. So we'll first of all start by looking at what is Microsoft Dataverse. And for that, I will just show you something that will better help us to better understand what is in the Microsoft Dataverse. Right. So if you want to have a real overview of what is Microsoft Dataverse, right? So we should start looking at this illustration there. This really highlights what is Microsoft Dataverse, right? So I will try to simplify. It looks a bit technical, but I will try to simplify. Microsoft Dataverse is a database, right? So this is clear, it's a database, but it's not only a database. Because when you look at the, I'll take the example of a simple database. A simple SQL Server database, when you install that on your on-premise server, what happens? It installs a certain number of services, right? It installs a database, which requires storage, and it installs a couple of business logic that you can use to create some validations in your database. For example, you don't want that column to be null, like you would do normal validation in Excel, right? So you can build complex validation in normal database. Like you don't want things to be null, you don't want to have duplicate, you want to have primary keys, right? So stuff that you have heard about. So it's a database is not that simple. It's not only like tables where you store information, right? So it's tables, it's a couple of business logic around those tables, how those tables are stored, indexes, etc., etc. So what the Dataverse has today is what a normal database has plus some extra points. For example, I will start with the security layer. So Microsoft Database is highly secure because every information are stored and encrypted in a in an encapsulated layer. So you don't even know how things are stored at the back. We don't even know at the back are there like 200 SQL servers or a million SQL servers running and providing us that service. So remember, this is a service. You do not, when you buy Microsoft Dataverse, you do not buy a server, right? You buy the service. You don't know at the back whether there is a SQL server, whether there is 100 SQL server or 1,000 SQL server. You don't even know what is at the back. We don't even know if it is a SQL server at the back or it's something else, right? So we just have a layer, a service, which exposes us a certain number of functionalities. The first functionality is about security. So you can have a high end security structure, authorization, auditing is there as well. So everyone that does modification to that to those tables, or whatever be those modifications, whether it's admin level, user level, system level, so everything is audited. Second layer is the logic layer, right? So logic means, as you would do normal business rule in a database, this cannot be null, this cannot be duplicate, this has to be that, etc., etc. So calculated fields. Imagine your Excel file where you're building columns, etc. You want to have lookups, you want to have fields, you want to add validation, you want to add drop down. These are all the logic part of it, which is part of the Microsoft Dataverse. And there is also a concept of jobs. In SQL Server or any other database, you have jobs. What are jobs is you want to run on a daily basis indexing. You want to run on a daily basis this or that. So this is what we call jobs in SQL Server. So you have the concept of jobs here as well. So you can create a job that would do some stuff for you in your database. This is purely in the data, right? So in the data, that would reindex the table, that would delete that, or remove that, or do some cleanup, etc., etc. So these are jobs that you can create in the logic layer. You can see that there are plugins, there are duplicate detection, there are workflows. So when somebody create this, do that, etc., etc. So these are workflows as part of the Microsoft Dataverse, right? And then you have the data layer, which is where the actual data manipulation happen, right? When I say data manipulation, is about how you model the data. You know, in a database, you have to model the data. You have to put relationship. This table is connected to that table. This is the parent. This is the child. Okay, this is what we call the modeling of the table, right? So all those modeling happen on the data layer. All those validation, some reporting as well happen there, but it's merely reporting on your data, how data is being used, right? Rather than, we're not talking about Power BI reporting here. Okay. Search happen here as well. You can see catalog and discovery. This is for search mechanism. This happens in that layer. And then you have the storage layer. Okay, obviously all those data need to be stored somewhere. So Microsoft Dataverse has got also storage capabilities, so it would actually store the data. And obviously all those data will be stored in the Microsoft Azure somewhere, but you won't even know where it is. You won't even see that, because this is the Microsoft Dataverse architecture. Okay. At the back, we know that it is using files and blob storage. We know that it is using data lake storage, which are different type of storage as part of Azure. Okay. But we don't know exactly where and how it is being stored. Okay. But we know that storage happens, definitely, because you need to store the data. And it uses all these different components, which is part of Microsoft Azure, okay, in terms of components. And then the last layer is about integration. Integration means you can export to SQL, you can do a number of stuff, right? So you can connect to a third party, you can connect to an event hub, you can connect to a service bus. Service bus is some kind of integration layer that you can do that allows you to connect your database to other databases or to other systems in general, right? So this is what the Microsoft Dataverse box contains, right? There's a lot of stuff going around there, right? So it can be seen as a simple database, but at the back it has got a lot of power. It can do a lot of stuff for you, right? So, and it's quite, it's a very, very high-end performing database, right? So you don't need to increase memory and do this and do that. You don't even manage all these. This Microsoft manages for you. Okay, if the more you have users connected to it, you don't need to worry about performance. Microsoft has got automatic scaling mechanism. As soon as this system, this box require more power, automatically the Microsoft Azure data center and ecosystem will provide him the required. Because remember, you are not the only one using that. Obviously, if you have one tenant, you will see only your data, but it's a kind of a centralized system. It's quite complex at the back how it is being stored and segregated, really, right? But each tenant has got his own space, right? So you won't get mixed up with other tenant, etc. Right? All right. Any question? Right, let me go into some other details, right? So this is the overview, right? So it's part of what Microsoft had at some point, you know, at some point, I remember it was like 5 years, no, not 5 years, but maybe 6 or 7 years ago, Microsoft has got an open data initiative together with SAP and Adobe. And as part of that initiative was to create a common data model, right, where you can easily share data, etc. So this Microsoft Dataverse is part of that open data initiative to have a common, like, a sort of data set, you know, that that we could use and share across different platforms, right? So just to get a little bit deeper into Microsoft Dataverse, what you need to understand is in Microsoft Dataverse, you have concept like tables and columns, which are pretty much the same concept as you have known it in a database world, right? So you have tables, which is basically classic tables that you can create. Okay, there are standard tables and there are custom tables. Standard tables are already there for you to use. Okay, it's part of when your Power Platform has been deployed. You have a certain number of tables that you can use. Custom, you can create your own table depending on your business need, but you have to be careful. You don't want to create table just for the sake of creating table. You need to understand what are the tables that are there, how you can hook up to the existing table, so that you don't recreate your own Dataverse. Just use what is there, use the table. If you have a table called, I don't know, customers, you don't want to create another one. Use the same table, right? So it doesn't make sense to create your own customer table, for example, right? You can create columns as well, right? So columns, as you would know, columns allows you to store different information, but you can put some security. You can put different parameters on different columns, like the format, the type of the column, etc., which helps you to better define the type of data that will be stored in that column. So this is the idea of tables and columns, right? So once you have your table created and your columns defined, you can start thinking about and building relationship. How are those table connected to each other, right? So do you want to have a so if just a quick word on relationship, right? So when we talk about table, we talk about Dataverse, we are talking about a relational database, right? Microsoft Dataverse is a relational database, so you can create relationship, right? So for example, you can have a parent-child relationship, right? So you can have orders and then order details. You can have invoice and invoice line items. Okay. So this is what we call a one-to-many relationship. One invoice has got many line items. One orders have got many products, right? So one customers has got many orders, right? So this is if you want to build like a order management system. Many-to-many relationship. These are when two tables are connected together, and then a lot of many records from one table matches another set of many record in another table, right? For example, a contact can attend multiple events, and the event or an event can have multiple contacts. So this is how you read many-to-many relationship. It's like two tables connected together. And both sides you can have, it's not a one-to-many, it's a many-to-many. So this is the two type of relationship that you can create in your Microsoft Dataverse. So let me give you to start with very quickly how you can do that and what can happen in your Microsoft Dataverse. So first of all, to start with, right? If you want to do it together with me, feel free. As you can just follow what I'm doing. So basically, to have access to Microsoft Dataverse, you would see that you cannot see. Let me go in this view. You cannot see something called Dataverse here, right? In your apps, you won't see that because Dataverse is managed through the Power Apps app, all right? So you have to go to Power Apps and you would have access to Dataverse from Power Apps, right? So clear, you don't have an app today, tomorrow you might have, but today there is no app here on the Office 365 waffle menu or apps. You cannot see something called Dataverse, right? It's managed through Power Apps. Okay, let's wait for that, right? So this is important to understand. A lot of stuff are managed through Power Apps. I will talk about that when we come to the Power Apps module. but a lot of stuff in the Power Platform are managed through Power Apps. Okay, I have a small problem. Let me just disconnect and connect again. And let's see what happened. All right, here we go. So this is my Power Apps portal. We call that Power Apps portal, right? Or my Power Apps landing page or interface, whatever you want to call that. So in that Power Apps window or Power Apps portal, I have a number of stuff. I can create app, but this is what we don't want to do that today, right now. What we are going to do is to explore a little bit Dataverse, right? So I have here, if you go to Dataverse, okay, I just want to click Dataverse here. I would like to take you to the Dataverse environment and see what's in, right? So let's wait for that to connect. Oops, sorry. I don't want to go this way, excuse me. I just want to go Power Apps again, because this has taken me in the Power Apps create app window. I don't want to do that. So let's wait for that Power Apps admin screen to come up. It's not really the admin screen, it's your Power Apps home page, right? So everybody that's has got a Office 365 license can have the access to create an app. You can block it as an admin, but basically if you don't block it, everybody can create an app. So if I go to Dataverse, you can see here I have table, choices, data flows, etc., etc. I'll go through them one by one. So tables is where you see your table, right? Whatever has been provided as part of this Office 365 offering. If I go to account, this is one table. It will give me the properties of the table. Okay, the table name, the columns, etc., etc., the schema, what are the columns, what are the relationship, what are the keys. Keys are where you can define primary keys, etc., etc. Right? If I want to add data, it says the table doesn't have any data yet. If I want to add data, I have a button here where I can manually add data to my accounts table. Accounts basically here is company, right? So I can say, for example, primary contact is me. Oops. Oops, it doesn't want. Okay. So account name is FRCI. Address is Phoenix, and something like that. All right. So I have a data created. I have some problem here. I can see what is the problem. Okay, it's the one that is saving this record. Why? I don't know. Primary contact maybe doesn't like this one. Let's see. Let me try this user. Okay, let's see. It's now saving that record. All right, data save. Fine. All right. So I managed to save a record. I can create a new row, etc., etc. Okay. So this is how you can easily add information. Okay. This is your table. You can even import data in that table. Okay. This is a simple, normal table. It looks a bit complicated as the look, but it's a simple table. What I can do on that table, I can say, okay, I want to view whether there are any relationship to that table. So I can go to relationship and I can see that this table is related to a lot of tables because this has been provided by default, right? So this is table account, and in account, these are the relationship. Okay, I can go back to account and view the columns. This I'm going to review. This is where I'm reviewing the structure. These are all the columns in that table, but I haven't seen all of them here, right? Because it was not part of the view. I can change the view. You see, there are 140 more columns that are hidden. Okay, so these are all the columns that that are available. And if you want to use more columns, you can create more columns, right? So I can say display this column. This is an existing column, website. So I can add our website here, etc. So these are existing columns. So if you want to see the schema, everything related to the schema is there. Everything related to data experience, for example, the forms, how people input values, the views, the charts is how the data is being used, etc., and some dashboard. I can show you that. I don't have much information. So, all right, so we don't have information there. So basically what I'm trying to show you here is this is a normal database as you would have it. So you can create the database, you can add value to that database. Okay. So, and these are all tables that are being offered to you as part of your Power Apps license or Office 365 license. If you want to create a new table, you can do that as well. And your table, right? For example, I want to create, we'll call that custom, okay, and then training platform. Okay. This is the full name if they want, if you want. Okay, description. So this is the table name. I'll just create that. So you can see that what I'm doing right now is I am modifying the structure of the database. I'm creating a new table. Obviously, it doesn't affect anything, won't break anything. It doesn't affect existing table, but it is just I am creating a new table which is going to be stored in the new metaverse architecture, right? So I will have a table in the dataverse, right? So, and then here, if I would like to create, see, I have only one column. If I would like to create a new column, I just click here and create a new button here. For those that are used to SharePoint, it's a little bit like SharePoint, but I can create a column to say, for example, training name, okay, for example, a single line of text. I can put whatever I want here, single line of text number, etc., etc. Or a file, I can say if it is required or optional, the behavior, simple or a calculated. Do I want that to be calculated field? Do I want that to be searchable? Yes or no, right? So I've created a new column, okay, and you might have seen here that it didn't require much technical knowledge for me to build a column. Obviously, when you go to business rule, you go to commands, then it can get a little bit more technical, but so far I've managed to create a table with some data, okay. Right, oops. Excuse me. Right, okay. So this is how my data, I mean, you can just add data like this, etc., etc. So there are, now this is a, let us say you want to create a small app where people can create training and can register trainees, okay? You can just register people, or people can register from their own, right? So this is what I'm trying to build here, right? This is a training database where I want to create the training name, the attendees name, etc., etc., right? So I will just add another table. For now, I'm creating the table, right? Not the front end application. Okay. Let's say for now, I don't want to make it complicated. I will just have one attendee. Okay, a single line of text. I can have attendees, right? So I can have a text, and then I can have a text area, a rich text, etc., etc. So it's very, very powerful, as you can see. Okay, right. So this is my database, my data. I've already prepared somewhere to store all the data that I want my app to store. Right. For now, I've just manually add some information, but basically I don't want this information to come here, right? I would delete that record. I want this table to be populated by an app, by a front-end app that I would like to create, and I'm going to give that to my trainers or trainees, whoever. When they join a training, they choose the training, and they put their name, and that's it. And they register for the training from their mobile phone. A simple application, okay? Very simple application, right? And I want to have a list of trainees here, attendees here, probably directly from their phone they have registered, right? But for that, I need to have a location. I need to save that data somewhere. So this is what I've prepared for now, a location to save my data. And this location, you will be able to use that location to exploit that data from Power BI if you want to view a report. So this is basically what we're building during this training today. We'll create a training registration app where people can register, put their name, even sign if you want to, put their name, their details, training that they're attending, and then at the end of the day, you as the training center, you can have a Power BI report that tells you, okay, this is how many trainees I've received for that training from this date to that date, right? So let me just add a few more information just to make it more interesting. Training date, right? And then this would be date and time, date only, right? Perfect. Simple database that I've created so far, right? All right. Excellent. Any question so far regarding the Microsoft Dataverse? No, all right, I'll continue. Right. So now what I've created is a simple table, right? A simple table that allows you to store information. So what you need to understand here is Microsoft Dataverse has got what we call environment, because when you're developing an application, you have different type of environment, a development environment, a test environment, and eventually production environment, right? So Microsoft Dataverse allows you to create those environments, right? So if you want to create new environment, for example, all your development, you will do that in one environment, and then you will have another environment for your test, another environment for production. You can create that environment. So what is an environment? An environment is a set of data plus Power Apps and Power Automate. All those would be in one environment. If I show you what is an environment, if I go back to my Power Apps, you see here, it's written environment, right? So if I go to environment, I have different environment. I have demo environment, etc. And I can create new environment. I will just show you very quickly. It's not part of, but I will show you. You need admin access. Do I have admin access here? No, I don't have. All right, okay. I'll show that to you after the break. I need to get into an admin account, and then I will show you. But basically, this is where you see the environment, and you can create more environment. Okay, you can create a lot of environment. I don't remember whether it's limited or not, or to how much it's limited. But basically, you can have in one tenant multiple environment. Okay, multiple dev, multiple tests, multiple prod. But one environment is a set of Power Apps, Power Automate, and Dataverse, right? So you can see here, each environment allows you to provision one Dataverse database for use within that environment. Database environment allows you to manage user access, etc., right? So each environment is created under your Microsoft Azure AD. Obviously, you have only one Microsoft Azure AD. You cannot have a test AD, etc. So there's only one Azure AD, right? So environment is also geo located, right? So if you create an environment and you want that environment to sit in the US or to sit in India or to sit in Europe, you can decide where you want to have those information, right? So whichever works best for you, right? All right. So now the second or the other aspect I would say on Dataverse is about business rule, right? So remember, we are in the database. We are not on the application layer yet. We are on the database. But yet, in database, sometimes you require some rule, right? If somebody inputs some value, and based on the value you want to trigger some stuff, you can do that directly in your Dataverse. Whatever be the business rule, you can say if somebody leaves a column empty, to put a specific value, a default value in that empty. You can say if somebody put a credit limit over $1,000 to trigger something, right? It can be trigger an approval. It can be trigger anything, but this happens in Dataverse. You do not really require Power Automate for that, right? So this is, we're talking about business rule within the data. Okay, this is used to validate the data, like you would have done it in any other validation process in a database, or even in Excel. In Excel, you have data validation. Works a little bit like that. So this is validation that happens on the data layer, right, inside the database. Right? Questions? All good? Anything unclear regarding that first part, which is Dataverse? Sorry, I might have missed some chats here. You can't see my screen. Oh, I'm sorry. Is it so? Can you guys see my screen?
Yes, it's visible.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Sorry. I got something from Vincent to say that he can't see. Yeah. Okay. Perfect. All right. Cool. Cool. Okay. So, all right, guys. So it's time for a short break. So before we, or probably what I will do is maybe after the break, I will take like a few questions if you guys have. So meanwhile, what we can do is just go for a quick coffee break. So let's be back in about coffee bathroom break. So can we say that we can be back in 10 minutes? All right. Cool. Thank you, George. All right, guys. So then I will see you in 10 minutes. Right. All right, guys, should we resume? Are you guys back? Okay, we'll wait 2 more minutes. All right. Okay, I can see Stephen is here. So let's wait for a couple of more minutes so that everybody's back. All right, can we resume, guys? Just give me a thumbs up for those that are here.
Yes, yes.
Okay, so Jean is there. Everybody else, we are good to go? Okay, perfect. So I will resume. So let's continue about, I've talked to you about business rules. So basically this is what you can do on the application, on the database side. So I'll give you a quick example of what can be done there. So let me just go back to my, this is my database. If I go to business rule, this is the custom training that I've created. So in business rule, I can create a business rule here. And again, I don't require to write any piece of code there. So it's all graphic visual interface. It's a little bit slow there. Let's wait for it. Okay, I think mine is internet is running a bit slow. Well, okay, it's coming. All right. Okay, so basically this is what we have. It's a condition, right? So you can choose what field do you want to base that on? For example, training date. If training date, for example, is I don't know, does not contain data. For example, this is my condition. You see that? So it's building like an if condition for you. If training date does not contains data, what do you want to do? So then in terms of the action, I can do some values here. I can say I want to set a value, right? Set the value, okay, like this. So, and then it says which value you want to set. So I want to set the training date value to be, for example, today, right? Or I can put a function there, doesn't matter. For now, I want to make it simple, right? So you see that I can create business rules. So the rule says, if the training date is empty, so somebody didn't fill up the training date for some reason, I still want to have a date and I want to set it to today's date. I can put a formula there, I can put a fixed value there, etc. Right? So this is what the business rule looks like. It's quite graphic interface, right? It's quite easy to build. And once you have done that, you can just validate it, right? It says validation successful, you're good to go, right? So you save it, you have your validation in place already for that training table. So whoever is going to input some data, if it's blank, it is going to put some message, some value. You can do something else like, show message, set business required, true, etc., etc. So I can do a number of actions. So, right. So it's not meant to create a full-fledged workflow, as you can see. It's meant to validate your data, right? So, okay, and then I can just activate it. I can save it and activate it. You have to activate it, because if you don't activate it, obviously the rule will not run. Right, so you save it and you activate the rule and you have your rule up and running. So let's wait for that to save. Questions? Any questions, guys? No? All right. Right. The business rule is quite a complex one, so this is why it takes a bit of a while when you interact with it. Let's give it a few minutes. I need that to save so that I can use that in the next exercise. Anyway, let's see. Right. Okay. So this is about Microsoft Dataverse, right? So this is the topic about Dataverse. So I just want to make sure that I've got, while this is running, just very quickly. Let's find some information. Okay, a bit slow. Anyway, let's move on to the next module, which is perhaps, right? So let's right. Okay, so once you have created your table using a Dataverse, now what we want to do is create an app that can store that information, or that can create an interface or front end, an interface for users to be able to capture information. So this is where Power Apps come in play. Right, so what is Power Apps? Power Apps is a platform that allows you to create small apps, right? So we are not looking at designing a core banking system or designing a full-fledged ERP, right? So it's not meant for that. It's meant to create small apps, or apps that can, that can rotate around your core business application, that can bring value, that can you create value-added apps on top of your existing line of business application, right? So instead of using .NET to create an app, and then on the other side using, I don't know, Java to create another one, and using XYZ to create apps, so you can use Power Apps, okay, that creates app for you to be used internally, right? This is important to understand. Power Apps has got 3 different type of apps. Okay, let me just finish up with the Power Apps platform. So it's a zero-code platform, right, where you can create app, you can make the app available on phone, tablet, etc. So there are 3 different offerings when we talk about Power Apps. First is something called Canvas app. Is an app, it's a mobile app, let's call it this way. It's a mobile app, right? A mobile app that you can create from scratch, doesn't have to be connected to Microsoft Dataverse. It's a complete independent app, okay, that still runs under the Power App platform, but it's completely independent. It can have its own storage, it can have its own way of doing things, right? Second type of app is a model-driven app. This is an app that you use and is connected to Microsoft Dataverse, right? So this is model-driven app. You cannot create a model-driven app that connects to any other sources apart from Microsoft Dataverse, right? So typically the data that I've created, I can use a model-driven app to connect to my training database, training table that I've just created in Microsoft Dataverse. The third type of Power App that it could create is what we call Power Apps Portal. The name has changed. I think it's called Power Apps Pages. Recently has been changed. But basically portals is to create external or public-facing website. Because remember, the Canvas app is app that you can use only with an Office 365 account or an M365 account, right? You cannot create an app and deploy that as a public consumer app. This you can't do. Power App is not a consumer app, right? You can't put that on the App Store and everybody can download it, right? Or on the Google Play Store, whatever. It's for use only within the tenant, users internal, right? Model-driven app, same thing, for use internal only. Portals, this is different. This create nothing to do with app. It creates a portal, a web portal, right? That is obviously mobile friendly, etc., etc. But it creates a web portal, and this has got the ability to be public facing. So here you don't need a user to have a license to access that portal, right? So imagine you want to create, I don't know, it can be your website, or it can be like a member site where people sign in for a member zone, etc., etc. So you use that to create public-facing website, right? So just for the quick story, this type of license was available previously in SharePoint, right? So in SharePoint 2010, 2013, even 2016, if I'm not mistaken, SharePoint had a license model which was called SharePoint for Internet Sites. This doesn't exist anymore. So which means that you cannot use SharePoint on premise anymore to host your public facing website. So you will have to go for Power Apps Portal, right? So these are the 3 type of apps that you can create on Power Apps. And on top of that, obviously you can create your AI model, you can make your app more intelligent, etc., using the AI builder, right? So you can type something and the AI builder can guess something, or can convert it, or can translate it, etc., etc., right? So this is some stuff that you can do using the AI builder, but let's come back to that later on. So let's start with the Canvas app, right? So the first type of app that you create is a Canvas app. This is the typical app that you would find on a mobile device, right? So it's a mobile app kind of solution, right? Again, it's deployed on the Power Apps portal. You cannot find the app on its own sitting on the App Store, on the Google Play Store. You have to download Power Apps as the app. This is on the Play Store. And then within Power Apps, you have your apps that you have deployed, right? So this is how it works. So you have to sign in using your tenant account, 365 account. Then you will have access to the apps, and then you can use the app. So you have to be an internal user, right? So let me start, before continuing to other type of app, let me start by showing you how you can create simple app using the Power App Canvas app, right? So, wow, this is still running. Okay, let it run. Okay, let me start another Power App window. Oops, sorry. Right, so I go to Power Apps. So I'll show you how you can quickly build an app. So I can see here, create, right? So when you go to create, it asks you to create from a blank app, from Dataverse, from SharePoint, from Excel, from SQL Server, etc., etc. And you have some sample app here, right? Make example of app that you can see. There are some nice stuff like leave request app, expenses app, etc., etc. You see the cool app that are there. I want to show you one very quickly. Let me go to my apps. I'll give you an example, right? Look at this app. Okay, it's an app created out of Power Apps, simple one, right? It's a service desk app. Okay, you can create a ticket, you create new, okay. Subject issue with laptop, priority, right? I don't know. Right, okay, area, okay, create ticket, that's it. So ticket is created. So all the tickets are listed here. Okay, if you want to go to any one of them, for example, new tickets, issue with laptop, I click here, I can see the details, etc., etc. Right, so I can put it on hold. You see, so it's assigned to, I can put it to somebody, the area is fine, priority, I can hit save. So that's it. Okay, tickets in progress. So you can see here, ticket on hold, this has been put on hold, etc. Right, so it's very quick, very simple to use. This is an existing app. Now I want to show you how you can design that type of app, right? So you go to create, and then you choose a blank app, right? And it asks you, you want to create a blank canvas app, blank app on database, a blank website. I will start with the blank canvas app. Okay, and it asks me the layout I want, phone or tablet. I would like to create a phone. Training, registration, example. Okay, I'll create both and I can show you. Right, you can see my screen, right? So I'm sorry, I haven't asked you. I think you guys can see, right? Okay, so let me skip that. So this is my app. This is what we call the app studio, right? You are in the app studio. You're basically designing an app, right? So again, nothing complex here. So I can just put some nice stuff. I can just say I want to add a background image. Let me, is this a good one? See, maybe. I'm just trying to do some, you know, layout and make it fancy, make it nice to look. So I'm pretty much doing simple stuff. Right, Power Apps sometimes can get. All right, cool. It's coming. It's quite slow today. Don't know why. Right, so it says fit, it says center, it says fill. You can choose, right? So this is my app. Looks nice. Okay, this is the layout of my app. Okay, where I want to start. So I can now say I want to add some label. Okay, so far, right? So training session, right? So registration. Now I just want to put that a bit like this, center that, and put a background color to it. Right, cool. Okay, so not bad. So now I want to say, I want to put a quick button there, which says, I want to change the color of that button, make it maybe white. Yes, why not? Or I don't know. Let's see. Let's see. Okay, maybe. Okay, and say register, for example, right? So I have my form. I would say register. When I click on register, something should happen. So what should happen here? I would create a new screen. You see here, I can create a new screen. So when I click register, it brings me to that other screen. And on that other screen, what I want to happen is, again, I would have a label. I just copy and paste that here. So I don't want to do, right? So let's put it blue, background color, and the text color is going to be white, right? So now I want to have some forms here. Okay, I want to display some forms here, right? So it's very simple. I create a form. Okay, I correct it there, and now interesting things start. Where do you want to store that data? Where should that data be coming from? Now I can say connect to data, and it asks me, where is your data? You see, now this is where I was telling you it has got direct integration for Dataverse. So I would say it comes from the table that I created a few minutes ago, which is called custom training, etc. Perfect. Training, just like that, training is created. I select my data, I connect it to my training table, and that's it, right? So look pretty much easy. I add the field that I want, attendee's name, custom training, is it that one? And then the training name, training date, etc. Other stuff I can just remove, right? Okay, I have my form. Maybe I don't want to add, I just select that form. If I go here back, you can see how many components it has added. All the components that I have chosen add up here as an object. So I can just go back here and just say created on I don't want. I remove that. So name, okay, fine, I will get it. Attendee's name, maybe what I want to do is put training name and then attendee's name and then custom, this doesn't, I don't need that. And then training date, that's it. Cool. Okay, and then from there, I would say, now I need a save button. I'll put a button there. Right, now I need a save button. I'll put a button there. I'll put the button here, back. Okay, or I can just be a bit more fancy. I can say, okay, let me put something else. I'll put icons, which might look better. Okay, save. We save icon here. I put a cancel action like this. It's right. Cool. My form is ready. So I'll just registration. Okay, register, excuse me. Just put it back, register. Okay. All right, so when I click on register, should go to the other form and asking me to start filling up. So when I click on register, there is an on select here, you see. I can just write navigate. Okay, you have to start by knowing what to use. Right? So navigate, and then it will ask you where do you want to navigate from. So I would say I want to go to screen 2. That's it. Now, if I want to test that, there's a small run button here or preview the app. I click here, I have the form, I click here, the form is created, right? Perfect. Okay, right. So the only thing that I have to do now is start putting some formulas. We don't talk about function here, we talk about formulas. So I would say navigate. First thing that I want to do is navigate, and then I want to, or maybe first thing I want to do is I want to create a new entry for the form. My form name is form 1. So I would like to have, I would say form 1. Okay, new form, form 1. Then navigate, right? So form 1 is that form that I've created here, which is form 1, right? So why I need to create a new form? Because I want to tell the system I want to create a new entry in the database. So to create a new entry, you just say new form and you put the name of the form. That's it. Let's see, register, and that's it. Tuck, tuck, tuck. I've got that. So my form is there. Now, how do I do to save that information back? I click on my save button here and I say submit form, as easy as that. Submit form, form 1, that's it. Okay, cool. Let's see. Let me go back to my training, wait for that to come up here, and we'll see. I just want to show you if the data is properly populated, yes or no. We'll see. Right. Do I have... Okay, so no data yet. Perfect. Right, so now I click on run. I have my register button. I say like this, training name, Power Platform, attendees, John, for example. And I say that the date is today. I get OK. The time is, for example, 8:30. I hit save. Right, so well, you can put some message successful, etc., etc. But for now, I just want to make sure that the data is saved. Let's do a quick refresh and see, is it properly saved? We'll see. Okay, could take a while, but okay, here we go. Data is saved. John, save in my database. Small app, took me like 10 minutes to do. You can be very quick in creating those apps, right? Once you have the database right, the form can be very... Now, where you will spend some time is to do some look and feel presentation. You want to put your logo, you know, you want, when you click on save, you want to have a thank you message. I can do that as well. I can create another screen. This is another way of looking at application, right? So it basically tells you that there is a number of screens. So you jump from one screen to the other. Right? Training registration, I would use the same thing. And then I'll put different colors so you can see, right? And then I can say, well, I don't know, thank you for, you know, for registering. Thank you for your registration. Right, something like that. Okay. Okay, with a small icon, whatever you want, right? So something like that. I don't know if I can change the color of that icon. Can I? Yes, I can. Right, cool. Okay, so and then that's it. So you can do simple stuff like that. or close or whatever. Okay, so what I can do on that save button here, I can just submit and then say again navigate, right? So to change the screen to screen 3, right? So that's it, and then I can start to make it look better. So if you don't want to, you can have a border color. Start looking, sorry, a background color, so it's not that dull when you start. And that save button can be here, or depends on where you want to, how you want to make it look. And you can have that cancel button as well. So it's I think it's if I'm not mistaken, yes, I think to close it, something like that. Okay, all right. So let's test it once again. This is my splash screen, what we call a splash screen on mobile device. So I can put another one, test 2, test 2, right, test 2. Training name is fine. I hit save. Thank you for your registration. Cool. All right, so I haven't put anything here. Thank you. Right. So you have built a small app, saves information in a table which is in Microsoft Dataverse. This to do in a simple custom developed app will take you probably a day or 2 to build. If you have somebody that knows well his Xamarin or his Android Studio, whatever, to build something like that will take you about a day or half a day or something like that, right? So with Power Apps, you really can go very, very quick. And then it's not even there. I can even say now, if I want a picture of you, which is cooler, put the camera. See? So now you can take a picture of yourself. Okay, so I start that. I hit here. Back. Doesn't work with my camera. Why? Oh, no, okay. It's not set up properly. Okay, maybe. Okay, but generally, if you use camera, it shouldn't be a problem. Okay, maybe it's not properly configured. We'll see, right? But you can use here camera, barcode scanner, right? If you want to scan a barcode, microphone. It uses your microphone of your device, right? To be able to record something. You can use map. You can use a lot of those features, nice and cool features here, to make the app look really fancy and look really interesting and user friendly, etc. Right? So it's very easy to use these kind of stuff. For example, to use your camera. Now, if you want somebody to sign that form, you have something called a pen input here, right? He can just take a picture and then sign the document, the training registration, if you want him to sign. This is what we call a pen input, right? And the input, you have text input, pen input, radio, all these we have used so far. Right? You can even put a timer. You give him 30 minutes to fill in. After 30 minutes, the form closes automatically. Right? So this kind of stuff you can do, right? You can give him rating. For example, once you have completed the registration, you want to have a training feedback form. You can design that as well, right? So again, quite easy. Of course, I've taken an easy example. It can get more complex. It can get more elaborated depending on what you want. But this is basically what Power Apps is. And this I have used a simple, I will just save that. Okay. It's a simple training registration form. It can get more complex, but basically, and it's already saving in that database there. Right. So let me take another example now. Okay. The second example would be to create what we call an app from Dataverse. Okay. What we call a model-driven app. Okay. So let's do the same thing. Any question, guys? You guys following me? Looks okay so far? Any questions? Any comments? No? Okay.
I think,
Yes.
was it, hello?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I remember, 'cause I think we were saying that the Canvas app is for internal, so.
Yes, exactly.
Meaning, are you able to, so meaning this, like, this app that you made can be shared with someone who's outside the office,
Correct.
your organization?
Correct.
Oh, okay, all right.
Yeah, you can't share it to somebody. Well, you can share it using the share concept, but it's being used for people within the tenant. I think it can be shared with external, but you still need a license. You still need an Office 365 license. Even if you share it with me, I'm in another tenant, you still need a license. I just want to confirm if you can just give me a minute. I'm not sure if you can share it with somebody really external to your tenant. I'll just confirm that in a minute. So basically, if you want to share that app, if you can still see my screen, you go to your list of apps, you would see the app and you can say share. Okay, not this one. Here's the one that I did. It's not there. Let's see. Oh, why is my app? My app is still not there. Did I did save it, right? Anyway, I'll take another one. You can just say share. Okay. And here you can start typing a user. Okay, this is your internal user. I'm not sure if you can. Let me start typing something. Yeah, okay, so you can't share it to somebody external. It has to be somebody internal, okay? Right. Okay, so let's get back to that model-driven app. Model-driven app looks a little bit different. You can see from the look, it's a bit different, right? It doesn't come like a mobile device, even though you can use it on a mobile, right? It's a question of pages, right? You can start by adding pages, and it works on a page concept. I can say, for example, I want to add, and model-driven app, I've told you that it works only on a Dataverse, right? Doesn't work on any other database, right? So, for example, here, this is my model-driven app. I've created an app, and I want to show my my list of training. So you can see here, what is different really is, let me show you how it works, okay? Let me save that app. I have done nothing, just create a page, connect that page to my Dataverse, right? That's it, to my table. This is the only two things that I did, okay? I've just selected model-driven app and connect that model-driven app to Microsoft Dataverse. That's it, okay? And I will show you what has been done. So let us preview that app, okay? If you preview that app, you see that there's a lot of stuff that has been already added, including a new button. You have a new, you can add your training name, okay? Test 3. You can save it. I can add all the other fields, obviously. I can save it, okay? Save and close. So you have all it's a lot of stuff already created for you. I can delete it. The other one, I have to create a delete button. I have to create this and that. This has got a lot of stuff already available. The search is there. It's as if it has created the application for me already there. Okay. So I got a new button here, but this is a little bit different because it's not, you see, it's not completely disconnected with my Dataverse environment. It's always connected. You have to use a model-driven app when you want to create something additionally to your existing Dataverse system, right? Here, for example, when I click on the add button, it will ask me to add an account. I don't want to add account, but it still gives me that because it's part of the Dataverse, right? This is part of the, I don't need Flow, but it still gives me Flow because it's part of the whole Dataverse. This for those that are used to the Dynamics family, this looks like the Microsoft Dynamics screen. Okay, so I don't want the menu. I can hide the menu, but you can't go with it, right? So there are a number of stuff that you can't remove. I can go and further customize and remove stuff, but you see that it comes out of the box with a number of functionalities as soon as you create a page, right? As soon as you create a page, you connect it, you can do a lot of stuff with it, right? So this is the difference between the model-driven app and the Canvas app. Canvas app is straightforward, right? Or always is really separated, whereas model-driven app is really connected to the Dataverse. Is when you have to use model-driven app only when you're using the Dataverse fully, right? Else you might get a little bit. It's not a separated app, right? Okay, cool. So let me go to my right. So this is Canvas app, right? Model-driven app. So this is what you can do with model-driven app, right? So you can create some screen which looks like this. Okay, it's like the dashboard screen from Dynamics, right? So you can create something like that. You can create a dashboard. You can add up all those. What you're seeing on that dashboard is basically data coming from your Dataverse environment, right? So it's a concept of a page, and instead of an app, but which you can definitely use on your phone as well. But right. So it's basically responsive. It's not an app, it's a responsive kind of web application, right? The third aspect is portals, right? So this is for you, if anybody has got Power Apps license, you can use this solution, this module to create public facing portals, right? So I'll give you an example of what can be done. Again, it's a little bit different to what you know so far. So let me go there and create an app and then choose blank and choose website. Okay, it's written website, but you can see here it's called Power Apps Portal. It probably will be renamed to Power Apps Pages shortly. I've seen that. I don't know if they will. They are releasing the name already, but anyway, let's do that here. Okay, this is going to be our name, and this is going to be the address of our portal, powerappstraining.powerappsportal.com. Obviously, it will check. Okay, so it's in use. Let's call it FRCI. Right, let's see. Okay, perfect. Language, use existing data. I don't want to use existing data. I create my portal, right? So basically you're creating a website, right? So now it's provisioning. You see, it says portal provisioning in progress. We'll have to wait. We'll have to wait till this gets provisioned. Okay. So it's not that you create it and then you have it, but you have to wait for it to be provisioned. Let's give it a few minutes. Meanwhile, if you have any questions, anybody, any questions, comments? Okay, maybe I have a question. Are you guys familiar with what I've shown so far? Anyone? Or is this completely new to you?
I think this one that you're showing is new. Is this the one that's Microsoft is calling Power Pages?
Yes, exactly. Power Pages, exactly. This is what they're calling Power Pages. All right.
So it's not new, they just changed the name, or it's also new?
Yeah, it's just changed the name basically. but it's literally what they have called in the past Power Apps Portal. It's the same. All right. So anyone else? So you guys are okay. Some of you guys are used to see that, but probably maybe it's new for others. I don't know. Okay, give it a minute. Okay, is it provision? No, not yet. Why? Ah, okay, it's running. All right. Okay. Right, so let's have a word on probably licensing while we are waiting for this. You guys are familiar with how the Power Platform licensing works. So, okay, let's start with the Power Apps licensing. Anybody? You guys are familiar with that? All right, so let me know. Okay, let me probably share with you my screen in terms of what is available. Okay. Okay, so first of all, if you go to your, all right, so let me do something. Apps. This is the normal Power Apps pricing Microsoft resource. So basically, what you need to understand is, as part of Microsoft Office 365, you have a certain number of access or a certain number of capabilities when it comes to Power Apps, right? So you can create a certain number of apps. It's based on number of license that you have, right? So the more you have licenses, the more you have a certain number of views or apps or flows that you can use, right? Apart from what is included in your 365, I'll come to Power Automate in a while. But to start with Power Apps, there are different type of pricing. So you have a per app plan, which is a per user per app per month. What is per app is you can run one app, or when I say one app, it can be one app I created or a portal per user, right? So if you buy that $5 per user per app, right, you can buy a per app plan or a per user plan. This is what you have. You have the ability to fully use the app, and within that $5, you get 250 AI Builder Service credit per month. I will show you what is an AI credit. So AI builder is when you want to use, artificial intelligence, learning mechanism, etc. You have 250 credit service, right? It's not so easy to understand. I will show you a bit when we talk about the AI build. So you have 250 that, right? And then if you go to that $20, this is a per user plan. Per user means unlimited apps and portals. But it's a per user. So you pay $20 for that. So you have 500 credit for the AI builder. Okay. You can have a per app plan, okay, which is per active user per app a month. Okay. But this requires Azure subscription, so it's something quite specific. Okay, if you want to go per app plan, you can still go for this one. But the most common one is you either go in a per user plan or per app plan, right? So this is what you have, right? So this is if you want to buy and no limitation, right? Because in your Power Apps, existing Power Apps, you can still create apps like I'm doing here. Right? I've got an E3 account. I still create apps, right? But I can create my own app that app would run under my user context, etc., etc. A lot of people can create app. I can see all the apps that have been created and probably shared or not with me, right? Depending on my access. What I won't have is in terms of my connections, right? So as part of Office 365, you have a certain number of connections that are out of the box for free. Others not. You can see SQL Server not. What do I need to do to get those connectors? You need to buy a Power App license. Okay, either the $5 one or the $10 one. When you buy that, automatically you unlock those premium connectors, right? This is key. So, and then you can also have, so what is included in your Office 365 is custom connector. You can create like a blank custom connector, right? I think the rest as well, you can. Azure service is not ready then, but you can use custom connector, right? If you are in a 365, not in a Power App specific plan, right? But if you want to have full capacity, for example, you want to use the AI builder. Let me show you what is the AI builder. The AI builder is the where you add intelligence to your app. For now, the app that we have added is a simple app, but if you want to add intelligence to your app, you need the AI builder. So the AI builder, what you can do with the AI builder, you can do a lot of stuff. For example, you can do image recognition. I will show you something. You can do image recognition. So let me try, no, not this one. Let me try, show you something. Okay, right. So my AI builder trial. So I don't have AI builder, so I will extend my trial. Let's see. Right, okay, fine. So let me refresh that. Okay, I've got some model here. I can create a model. I'll just quickly show you that, but we'll come back to that. I can quickly build a model, and based on, for example, you can see these are the older models that have already been created for you by the Microsoft platform. Okay, extract information from invoices. You can use predict future outcome from historical data. Detect custom object. Okay, a lot of stuff that are there already. You just have to use it, right? I just want to create something for you. There's a lot of help going around as well. Okay, detect positive, negative, or neutral sentiment. You can connect to your Facebook, retrieve all the comments from your customers, and analyze how many comments are positive, negative, or neutral. Right? Where is that image recognition? Where is that? Where is that? Okay, let's try this one. Detect language. Okay, so I can just try it. Okay, and it will detect. Okay, no, this is translation, but let's see if it can detect. Okay. No, this is not detection. This is detect. Okay, yeah, it should be like that. Detect and translate. No, I don't want to translate. See, this is all the AI engine translating some stuff. Okay, you can see the detection here. It detects in the language is Ian, and then it says bonjour. Okay, so let me try something else. Let me try something like I'll write some French. Comment ça va? Okay, translate. It says, it doesn't find it. It's wrong. It's not Romanian. Okay, maybe I'm missing some accent. Yes, maybe. Right, let's go like this. Try to write proper French. Yeah, okay. So, okay, I would like to translate it to English. So it detects it, French, how are you? Cool, right? So this is a model that detects the language and then, translate it for you, right? So I can do a lot of stuff like this. I can detect, I was looking for something. So basically, what you have to do here is, okay, this is something nice. So you see, you can select the image and it will tell you what is happening. And the confidence score is 40% sure that it's a boat sailing in the water. It's not bad, right? So I can upload new picture. I can do some stuff. I can upload something from my, let's see this one, right? File is too large. Okay, I don't have something that I can use here. Won't make sense. Will that make sense? Will that make sense? Let's see. This is one of my image that I had. A building with car park. Okay, not bad. Okay, not bad. So this is the AI engine analyzing, doing what we call image recognition. It's analyzing the image, and then this is not pre-built. I've just done that with you. So analyzing the image and trying to understand what is happening. So he's 44% confident that this is what is happening there, right? So this is the AI builder. So every time you use the AI builder, you consume 1 credit, okay, out of your credit. You remember you had 250 credit. So every time you would use that, like I did, I'm consuming a credit. Obviously not right now, because right now it's not part of a flow. But once I put that in a flow, as soon as the flow runs, I will be consuming the credit. So this is how it works, right? The licensing works as far as Power Apps is concerned, right? So so you can see here, so if you take the per app plan with the $5 per user per app month, what you can do, what type of capacity do you have? You see, when you take this plan, you have access to Microsoft Dataverse, but you have 15 MB of storage capacity, okay, of database capacity, and 400 MB of file capacity. File is when you are not using the Dataverse directly, you want to store information on a file. This is also possible, right? Execute workflows, right? Power Automate. You can use Power Automate, including premium connectors. This is key, you see. Now you have the ability to use Power Automate with premium connector, right? So this is what you can do when you buy that subscription based on the per user plan or per app plan, right? So this is what you have, and this is how you are going to sell it, right? If you need Power Apps Portal, it costs a little bit more. Power App Portal, depending on the volume, it can cost you about $100 or $200 per month, right? If you buy $100 per month for the Power Apps Portal, you will get 100,000 views per month. This is what you're buying actually. So you buy based on the number of page views. If you need more, okay, you say that your page will be visited more than 100,000 times per month, then you have to top up, you have to buy more. Or you can buy per login session, right? This also you can buy. This $200 is for 100 login session, right? So, and then if you need to buy AI Builder more, you can buy for $500 per month. You can have unlimited AI use. Okay, you use unlimited AI Builder, but it costs a lot of money. Okay, and you can see this add-on unit. This unit that you buy is a pack of 1 million credit, which is a lot when it comes to AI Builder, right? But it's quite complicated, the AI Builder itself. There is even a calculator that allows you to calculate the estimated cost of. It depends what you want to do in the AI, you know. So we'll talk about that when we talk to Power Automate. But there's it's quite complex to calculate the cost if you need to use AI Builder. Depending on what you want to do, you can use that calculator, right? All right. Any question, guys? Licensing? No? Is it clear for everybody? Licensing concept, it's not too clear because sometimes it can get a bit complex and a bit messy when you look at Power Apps and Power Automate license, right? No? No questions so far? All right, perfect. Okay. So let's see where we are on our apps. Has it been created? No, not yet. Wow. Okay. It's taking a while. Yeah, still provisioning. Okay, can take a while. Okay, all right. Okay, fine. So let's continue on the slide. So now let's move to the Power Apps admin, right? So if you are the Power Apps administrator, okay, what do you have an option and what can you do? I will just show you the Power Apps admin screen, right? So, and you need to be tenant admin for that, right? So let me log in to my tenant with an admin account. It doesn't work with your normal user account. Okay, guy. Okay, cool. Okay, I have to get a little bit of okay. Okay, let's go. Oops. Okay, here we go. This is the admin screen. So I will. So what is the admin screen of Power Apps, right? So it's important to understand. As a user, you can create apps and you can consume app and you can share app, right? You can create connectors as well, right? I've shown you how you can create, you can write to a database, etc. But as an admin, if you go to your admin center, you are used to that. If you go to the Power Automate admin center, you can do a lot of stuff there. So remember, Power Apps allows you to manage your apps, but also allows you to manage Dataverse. This is the platform that you use to manage Dataverse, right? So if I show you the Power Apps admin screen, right? So now I'm logged in as a tenant admin. First thing I got here, environment. I've mentioned earlier today that there's a concept of an environment. So you can create multiple environments. So this is my environment. I can create new environment here, depending on my license capacity. Okay, you see there are some capacity constraints. So you have to understand that there are some constraints. Okay, you are not unlimited. Okay, depending on your license, you can have, you are entitled to a certain number of constraints, a certain number of access or storage, right? So you can create, you can choose your region, you can create the type of environment you want to create, whether it's a sandbox, it means it's a closed environment, production, etc. Right? So let's do that. Okay, this is environment. Something else, so you can here have a look at the analytics. For example, for Dataverse, how many users are using that, right? How many API calls have been done, right? So it's some kind of analytics on how Dataverse has been used, right? So who has been using those, right? In terms of systems or users, right? Same thing you would have as on Power Apps, okay? How are Power Apps being used within your tenant, okay? So this is the usage. You see, so it's Power BI report coming up, but anyway, okay. Okay, nothing much. We are not using that much. I don't think that will have enough information as well. Anyway, this is analytics as far as how your information are being used, right? So there are a couple of stuff that you can use here as well. If you look at resources and capacity, you will have an understanding of what do you have in terms of capacity within your tenant. For example, in our tenant, we have 14 gigabyte of storage to be used in the Dataverse and 60 gigabyte of file and 2 gigabyte of log on Dataverse, right? So this is how it has been used so far. Okay, tenant, user licenses, capacity, if we have bought additional capacity, etc. So this is what do you have, right? So if I want to look at Dataverse only, I can see Dataverse only. We are on a pay-as-you-go model, yes or no. What are the database usage, file usage, etc., etc. Right? So I can see the same thing for Teams, etc. Okay. So this is your access. So if you have portals, same thing will happen here. You will see your portals, and you will be able to see how they are being used. Right. All right. Okay. So this is your Power admin, Power Platform, I would say, admin center. There are some policies there that I've talked about. You can create data policies that allows you to control your data, right? So you have default level policy. You can create custom policy and define what are the scope, what are the policies that you want to create. I don't want to go into that for now, right? All right. So this is your admin center, right? So it's look different. So you have to have a tenant admin right to be able to go there and either check or view or create new environment. Okay. All right. So this is just a case study to tell you about Heathrow Airport, which uses Power Apps to manage a certain number of travelers. And just want to share also with you that we have also, this is a Microsoft case study. Yeah? On our side at FRCI, we have also a case study with airport in Paris, Charles de Gaulle Airport. We have created the Power Apps for Charles de Gaulle Airport that allows the security team there to check each passenger for their luggage, okay, whether they have checked in their luggage, hand luggage, right? So it scans their boarding pass and check whether they have any hand luggage checked in or not. So it allows them to control the number of hand luggages that are being brought in the aircraft, right? So we have also a case study for airports. So coincidence that, Heathrow is using that as well. Right. Okay, let me see if my app is ready or not. Still running, huh? Okay, it takes a while to. I had one, but I'm not sure if it's a correct one because it was created some time back, and I can't even find it. Yeah, so no, it has been deleted. Okay. Okay, let me tell you something else about apps. So when you create an app, whatever be the app, okay, any one of those app, let me take the Canvas app, any one of them, right? So for example, that training registration app. So you have the ability to view a certain number of stuff on this app. For example, you can view the analytics on this app. Analytics mean how many people are using that app, etc., etc. Okay, you can see how many flows are connected to that app. Power Automate are connected to that app. Okay, you can see how many connections it's being used, right? So for now, it's blank because it's a new app, but you can also monitor what is going on with this app. So every single app that you have the ability to view the analytics and to monitor what is going on with this app, right? So something else, when you create an app, for example, here my training registration app, okay? When you create an app, okay, so this is, I just want to make sure, yeah, this is what we've done. So what you can do is, if you want to take that app and deploy it to another tenant, take it from one tenant, deploy it to another tenant, you have the ability to export the package. Exporting is kind of a way of creating a local copy as well, right? Like a backup. So you can give it a name, export, and then you can choose what you want to do with that. What type of export? What is the objective? Is it to update the app which sits in another environment, or just to create a new one? If you want to create a new app in a new environment, you create import setup as a new, and then you export that. What this gives you is a package that you can re-import on another tenant, right? So this is the idea of the export. It will create a file here on the local file system, right? So it gives you a file that you can just take, copy and paste, and re-upload on another tenant. If you want to move it from one tenant to the other, from one environment to the other. So you see, it creates like a zip file for you, right? So this is the interesting to know if you want to, if you want to move that app from one tenant to the other. Okay, and of course you can add it to Teams, but this is basic, right? Fine. All right. Okay, I don't think my, no, it's not ready. Okay, let me close that. Okay, fine. So all these apps are readily available on your phone. As soon as you do this, right, you don't need to publish and anything. As soon as the app is here, okay, you can use it directly on your phone. What you have to do on your phone is you have to install Microsoft Power Apps, and as soon as you log in your Microsoft Power Apps, you can see that app in that in your on your phone, right? And you can directly straight away use that app. You don't need to get into that portal like this. Once you have Power Apps installed, you can easily have your. I'm trying to navigate, and I'll try to share with you what I'm seeing on my phone. I don't know if I will be able to. Let's see. No, it doesn't work. I'm sorry. I wanted to show you what I can see on my phone, but the connector doesn't seem to be working properly. Anyway, right. So let's probably we'll talk about that after lunch, right? Okay. So this is about Power Apps, guys. Any question? So maybe after the lunch, I'll show you if it is provisioned. Okay. So just a quick recap. So remember, to build your app, you need Power App Studio, tablet or mobile app if you're using Canvas app. Yeah, there's a concept of gallery, which allows you to display data from a table. You can use form to save data. You can use input control, like text input buttons, signature, or pen input. Intelligent control, reach control, etc. can be used as well. Barcode scanner, etc. Functions, you can use functions as well. Okay. We haven't used that in the demo, but you can use functions to do a number of stuff, to open another Power Apps, to do things like that, right? So this is basically your Power App Studio. You can create more fancy stuff, fancier that I have created, like the one that you're seeing on the screen right now. It's a lot of stuff. You can do cooler things, with a lot of objects like this, right? So this is your Power App Studio. The app format, we've talked about that. Galleries is what you have in terms of sample apps. Obviously, I would encourage you guys, if you want to, have your fingers dirty a bit in creating apps, so please go ahead and try one of those existing apps. Create your app from one of those templates. You can go inside the app and see what has been done, so that you can, probably leverage on that and create something else. So the templates are cool and nice to have a look at. Forms are key. So if you want to use forms, please go ahead. So you have to, it's quick and easy. If you want to use forms, customizing the forms is quite easy to do, especially if you want to connect that to an existing database, right? Input controls are there as well. Easy to use, radio button, drop down, etc. So these are cool stuff. You can use other type of intelligent control, right? So using the AI builder, you can use object with text classification, with image recognition, etc., etc. So as soon as you add an image, you take a picture, it tells you what it is, for example, right? So a lot of stuff that can be done, okay, using intelligent controls. Functions are there as well, so you can use functions. Basically, function is where you can interact with the different controls, right? So you can create formulas, you can create, a little bit like the Excel formulas, okay? So you can say button 1 or text input 1 plus text input 2, it gives you like a calculated column, right? These are functions, right? So there's a number of functions that are being used. It's pretty much as you have with Excel. You can see on my slide, it's written functions are model of the max of Excel functions. Okay. So you have to be careful when you use some of them, right? But rest is pretty much straightforward to use, right? So if you want to create, remember, a Canvas app is a completely independent app, right? You can connect it to any source, right? So connect to data source, and then you can start building the app, right? And deploy it to your Power Apps. And you can use a number of functions, right? You can, I haven't used if, but you can use if, you can use filter, you can use sort, a lot of math function as well, right? Pretty much Excel. Once you have the app created, you can share the app. Okay? Share the app with your colleagues. For those that need to use the app, it's a way of you can give them permission, right? So you can even give it to a group, right? Right. So the next step was a model-driven app, right? So what we have seen in model-driven app is an app that is connected to the Microsoft Dataverse, okay? And it creates for you a screen with a number of functionalities like the add functionality, the save functionality. All of them are already built in. And you have the ability to create a layout like this. I've created a simple layout. I've connected it to a table, and it has given me already a number of stuff, but you can also design it in this way. It's a concept of pages, and then you can have multiple layers, what we call it's a dashboard page. This is what we call a dashboard page, right? For those that are used to Dynamics, CRM or Dynamics 365, so this is what you see in Dynamics in general, right? But this is what you have in model-driven apps. Okay, so the model-driven app has got different blocks, tables, user interface, logic. Okay, so you can build logic on the model-driven apps. What are logic? Logic means what happens to your data. Okay, in the Canvas app, I've shown you that the logic, you build the logic. You say when I click on the button to show, to navigate to this screen or to show that screen. But in the model-driven app, you have something a little bit more complex. You have something like a model-driven app flow designer. Okay, it's what we call a business process flow designer. It tells you what happened next when you click on save, when you click on activate, when you click on this, on that, what option do you want to give and what should happen, right? But this is really very, very integrated into Microsoft Dataverse. Everything happens in Dataverse, but you can create your flow. Okay, you can design your business process, and the business process comprises of a certain number of screens and actions, right? So this is what happens. Okay, so you create your forms, you create your views, and then you create your actions, right? So what happened when you save, what happened, what options you want to give, right? Right, so this is, you have what we call a data model, which we talk about, but you have also something which is new in the model-driven app, which is a business logic, which is not the same as the business logic that we have seen in Dataverse. It is a new business logic, which tells you what happens to the screen, okay, one after the other, right? So this is the difference. The key difference is really there. Between Canvas app and model-driven app. This is the key difference. It's about the business process or the business logic that you can implement in the model-driven app compared to the Canvas app, where there is nothing as such. You have to create everything from scratch. All right. All right. So any questions, guys? Questions so far? Questions, comments? Anything you want to share? No? Clear so far? Right. So probably what I would suggest is, if it's okay for everyone, that we go for lunch break. It's what time is it? 11:30, right? SA time.
Yes.
Yeah. All right. So probably what we can. Oh, let me just complete that, and then we can go for lunch in about 20 minutes. Right. So at noon. Right. So let me continue. Okay. So if you want to create a model-driven app, so you have to have Microsoft Dataverse, else you can't, right? You cannot connect it with any other database. It has to be on the model-driven app, right? So the concept is to create the model-driven app, to add the component, to create the forms, okay, what we call pages, and then to create the view, add the column to the page, right? Like I've did, but I did something very simple where you can easily create a page and have access to a lot of functionalities on the page directly, right? So another important aspect of model-driven app is you can create security rule, right? Which you can't really do in a Canvas app, okay? Security rule allows you to define what information, what screen you have access to, okay, compared to the Canvas app where you can't really do that, right? So you have to, first of all, you have to create security rule, put people in the rule and define what access these rules have, right? In Canvas app, you can only do share, whether the user can edit or can view, that's all. Okay, you can't go into detail level of action. You can't see this screen, you can't see that screen. You have to find a way of tweaking it, of doing it yourself in a Canvas app. You don't have a proper structure to do it. But in a model-driven app,
you can have security rule defined and assigned to different screen or assigned to your model-driven app. Okay, this is key in a model-driven app. Right. The other app has been really made for mobile app use, where you can pretty much use every screen and do whatever you want on those screens, create, add. All right. So. All right. So the last part would be Power Apps portal. This is where we are waiting for the portal to be ready. So I'll try and see here. So I've told you about the portal, right? So the audience is public-facing audience, right? The idea of the Power Apps portal is to create some kind of a member zone, or you have a mobile workforce, or you have customers, or that needs to have access to some part of application, or has to contribute or has to collaborate with you in a manner. So then you can use the Power Apps portal, right? Power Apps portal is also built on Microsoft Dataverse, right? Data are stored in the Microsoft Dataverse, right? So you can build your own custom tables to store data, but it has to be in the Dataverse, right? So basically, it gives you like a content management system, pretty much like SharePoint was doing at some point, right? So you have a portal, you have a rich kind of interface where you can click and drag, you can build your nice looking website and have a little bit of interaction. There's a lot of stuff that can be done out of the box. Okay, and obviously all the content coming from Dataverse, right? So this is the idea of the Power Apps portal. I guess from a Microsoft perspective, my opinion is probably they walked away from SharePoint being a public-facing website, and they will want now to integrate that as part of Power Apps portal, right? I've personally never tried that, so we haven't had the opportunity to implement Power Apps portal. Well, we'll see. For now, we have used SharePoint. From past experience, we have used SharePoint as customer-facing, as public-facing portals, but we have never used Power Apps portal. We'll see. I'm just waiting for it to become, to have a little bit more functionalities and to be able to, to really have all the ability of a content management system, which is the direction in which Microsoft is going. Right. So Power Apps portal has a concept of provisioning. So you have to provision first and then be able to use it, right? So what you need to understand is there's something called Power Apps Portal Studio, where you can create your web pages. You can use templates, and obviously you can use entity, okay, which are basically the tables in your Dataverse, okay, or code content snippets as well, right? If you want to bring content, save contents as template, we use them, etc. You can use that you can do that in the Power Apps portal, right? So the Power Apps Studio, Portal Studio rather, look like this. It's kind of a web page that you can use to design, put a logo, a home page, some menu, create pages, as you would do in a normal content management system, right? So there are a couple of stuff that are available to you. Quite out of the box stuff. If you want to integrate form to that, you can use Microsoft Forms. Okay, this can also work with Microsoft Forms, right? You can't use Power Apps, right? Canvas app, because remember, it's for internal use only. So if you want to have some kind of forms, you probably can look at using Microsoft Forms, so you can build your own form within the Power Apps portal, right? Right, so you can create web pages, pretty much what it says, right? So typical web page that you would create in any content management system, right? You can use templates. You can save pages template that you can reuse as a blueprint, to display content. The content obviously would come from Dataverse if you want dynamic content, right? So if you need to write piece of code, right, HTML code or JavaScript or whatever you want, right? So you can write it in the HTML editor. Okay, it will automatically be converted for you, right? So if you want to write those snippets, you can do that, right? So the whole idea obviously is, you know, to be a bit more dynamic. And if you want, like I said, the idea of this is to create like a member zone for your customers, for example. So when the customer logs in, yeah, there's a concept of logging in. When the customer logs in with an account, you can decide what account. It can be his own account. It can be, you can integrate with it's an OAuth based authentication, so you can integrate with Facebook, you can integrate with any OAuth kind of mechanism. Based on that, you allow your user to connect to the system and to do some interaction, right? Depends on what type of interaction, but it can save some information, it can just query some information. So there are a couple of stuff that you can do in a member zone. You can imagine there's a lot of stuff that could probably be done. Right. So from a look and feel perspective, now there is themes that you can use, right? So if you want to have some nice look and feel, you can use the out of the box theme, right? You can create your own custom theme. You can change the look and feel of the portal. So it could give it like a new look, a new design, or brand your portal according to your corporate branding a strategy or corporate branding guidelines, right? So this you can do on the Power Apps portal. So from a security perspective, you can create different type of users. Yes. So do we have a question? No. So you can create different type of. You can create first of all users. You can have all those people that will connect, right? You can allow different type of connection. You can, you have a proper user management, okay? That is part of the Power Apps portal. You can activate user, okay, locked user out, etc., right? So this allows you to create some kind of a registration. If you want people to register first to have access to the portal, you can create like a registration mechanism that allows people to connect, and all the data will be managed. You will create your own user management instead of using integrated with other authentication bodies, right? So you can even say if you want to enable two-factor authentication or not. So this all will be managed within the portal security. Right? So this is only users that need to have access to that portal. You can define them and you can create rules to manage them. Okay. This is something interesting that you can do. It's pretty much easy if I look back with SharePoint, we didn't have that opportunity. We had to do that with membership database, SQL membership database authentication or user management. Now you have a user management which is part of the portal, Power Apps portal. Okay. Right. So if you do not want to use and you want to integrate to other authentication bodies, like I said, this is open authentication OAuth, so you can connect to. You can allow people to connect through using their Facebook account, their Facebook ID, their LinkedIn ID, Google, Twitter, Active Directory, obviously, etc. So these are the identity providers that you can use, right? You can integrate with them. What this gives you is when your customer connect to your portal, they can connect with their Facebook ID, because the authentication is going to happen on Facebook, and then you don't manage that user. Whatever happens to the account is managed on Facebook side. Obviously, you transfer the user management to the authentication provider, right? Whether it's LinkedIn or anybody else. So once the user is authenticated, then it is redirected to the Power Apps portal, to your application. Then you recognize it as this or that user, and then you can give him permission to interact. Okay. It's not that you're giving Facebook access. You're just giving that. You're just saying that once this user is authenticated, then he has access to the portal, right? So the authentication happens on this on Facebook side or on Google side, but access is still controlled. Once he is authenticated, then you decide what you want to do, what access do you want to give him, right? So this is typical normal stuff that we would do in open authentication. So once the user is authenticated, the next step is to authorize him, okay? So if he's authenticated, he's a genuine Facebook user, or Google user, LinkedIn user, whatever, he logs in the portal, then you can decide what role do you want to give him, okay? Then you start thinking about security role, okay? You can define security role, you can add users to a security role, right? So what are the different rules that you have? So you have rules that allows users to edit the website itself. So they can have page editing permission. Okay. You can decide what page would be visible to him, yes or no. Or you can give him entity level permission. Entity level is to tell this user has got access to that. It's a table in a way. It's if you want them to have access to that table or that table, this is where we talked about entities, right? So you can go up to the level of which entity the user have access. Can he obviously view, edit, delete? This is something else, but you can go to the entity level, right? So there are three different levels: website level, web page level, or entity level, right? So these are the rules that you can define. Okay. Okay. So all right. So let me just double check my. Is it ready? No, it's still not ready. Okay. We'll come to the portal once it's provisioned. Take some time to provision. Okay. Anyway, doesn't matter. For now, we'll just let it run. Okay. It's available. Let's see. Right. So my portal is available. Right, cool. So it's called FRCI Power Apps Training. You know, if you access that, it should be accessible. Now I want to do some changes to that. I would sign in. Okay. So you see, this is how the sign-in works. You can register. Everything is created for you. You can register. You can sign in. Can admit that. So this is the normal process, right? There are some pages that are there. Yes. So there are some pages that are there. So this is how you view the portal. Now, if I want to modify the portal, I can click here and I can say edit. Now I am in the editing mode of the portal, right? I'll start. This is if you type this, you should have access to it, right? The first CI Power Apps Training.powerappsportal.com. It's already public facing. So now if I want to modify that, I'll choose edit and I'll start editing my web portal. Right, so this is how it looks like in an editing mode. I can, welcome to the training portal. Right, so looks pretty much straightforward so far. Doesn't have anything specific, so I can add some component, right? You see, I can add a section on top here, and on that section, I can create a text, a 2-column section. Okay, let me just delete that. Oops, okay. Let's create another one. A new, new 2-column section. Okay, all right. So then in the 1 column here, I can say I want an image. And in here, I can say I want some text, or an iframe, or a form, whatever. Okay, right? So I can start designing my screen like this. Okay, a bit like this one. I can start designing my screen. Okay, the image can be dynamic. Okay, it can come from an external URL. It can be dynamic. I can format that image, etc. It's pretty much straightforward. I can choose a theme for my portal. Okay. You see, so I can choose a theme, I can choose a color set, etc., etc. I can decide what would be my template, page template for access denied. Okay. What would be my page template, sorry, for a full page, a search result, etc., etc. Right. The profile page, what are all the pages there? I can create a new page, okay, like a blank page. So I can, and obviously I'll have to manage all the navigation, etc., etc. Right? But you have to start creating pages, define your page templates. What happened for access denied? You have to customize the page, etc. So this is a new page. And the whole idea of that page, this is a blank page. The whole idea of that page is to add section and add components, right? So the components would be pretty much text, iframe, form, list, breadcrumb if you want, Power BI or chatbot if you want to insert that, right? Form can be a form that, you can create an existing form that you have. It's like a contact form or whatever. You can create some form as well in your pages, right? Okay, so there's a lot of stuff that you can do here, right? So you can see it's about configuration, page designing, if you want form designing, and do you want to have an insert form where people can insert? Do you want to have a specific form layout? It's pretty much a lot of configuration going around here. What happened on a form success? Okay, when somebody submit that form successfully, this kind of stuff, right? So this is your Power Apps portal, right? And you can test it by using browse website. It will just save it. Okay. So once you create that, a lot of stuff are created for you already, right? All this sign-in mechanism is already created. That profile page, that sign out, everything is created for you, right? As you can see here, I didn't create that sign-in. It was created as part of the contact us was not created. The only thing I did is just change the layout, right? I didn't do much. So now you have to start customizing. Your signing is already created for you. A lot of stuff is already created, right? So you just have to add pages and start building your look and feel, right? All right, so this is the Power Apps portal. Questions, comments? Anyone?
What else can we use the Power Apps portal for? Because this is the one that's public, yeah?
Yeah, this is, yeah, it's being used only for public facing portal. That's it. Okay, you can imagine you want to use it for your customers, to allow them to sign in and have like a zone where they can provide you some content, so provide you documents or upload documents. It's basically like a portal that you would like to host on Microsoft platform. Instead of using, for example, you can even imagine that this is your website. Customers can use that for their website instead of using I don't know, WordPress or whatever for their website. They can use this. Okay, but it's a bit expensive for a website, I would agree. But if they have a more complex website, okay, like a real portal, I'll give you some example, like If you look at airlines, okay, airlines have got some complex portals where it's not only about visiting a website, but it's about bookings, it's about a lot of stuff. So then you can use system like that. Okay. If you look at government portals where you have, not only like a front pager with some pages, but you have the ability for citizens to log in, to apply for service and to interact with the government, then you have to look at a system like that. Instead of going for WordPress or going for any other system, probably you have to look at portals. So in the content management area, I would say that I don't know really how Power Apps Portal position itself today with regards to the Gartner quadrant. But what I can say, sometime back when SharePoint was playing that role, Microsoft was among the leaders when it comes to public-facing website and content management, right? So Power Apps Portal is what Microsoft is looking at for you to build your portal or to host your website. But again, you can use it for website, you can use it for more complex portal like an insurance. You want to give your customers ability to sign in to the portal and view their insurance policies or view their past claims, or even make a new claim, then you have to use that portal. Make sense?
Yeah.
All right. Okay. Anybody else? Any questions, please? Any comment? No? All right. Okay, guys. So what I would suggest is let's go for a lunch break. Okay. We would meet at about 40 to 45 minutes. Is that okay for you?
That's fine.
Yeah. Okay, everybody. Good. All right. Thank you, Imran. All right, guys. So we will break for lunch here. So we'll meet in around 45 minutes. Okay. Or do you need an hour, or 45 minutes is okay?
An hour, please.
An hour?
Only if it's
Fine.
11
So,
o'clock. It's 11 o'clock in the UK.
yeah, it's 11. All right. Okay. Okay. Perfect. So we resume in an hour then. Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Cool. Thank you. So we resume at 1 SA time, right? Thank you, everyone. So let's have a nice lunch. I'll see you guys soon.